Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hi. Still in here? You can tell me what happened last week. A lot of stuff happened. Well, we lost an archaeologist died. I guess you can call him an archaeologist. He's in that same profession, okay? We encountered his child. We're going to use the term child because we're not 100% sure if it's his son or his daughter yet. So, while the game says it's his son, we're not going to identify yet until we know for sure. And then there was a politician who was trying to win everybody's vote. We went into a cave to find the Founder's Orb. Now we're in a trial because the politician says it's the crystal of Amy Faye. Does that sum it up? Who are we going up against in this trial? Yes, we are going up against Phoenix Wright. May 17th, 10:08 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. This is 2 months ahead of us. For in this time frame, anyways. Just so you know, I'm not going to take sides. Message received loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same side. Sorry, Trusty. Oh, she's really mad. Of course she's mad. I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault. Just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. As strong as Phoenix Wright is, there's not going to be any changes between them. I can already show you that. They go through with this. Is that all? Well, I won't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. No, they burn bridges with women. Really? Sure. 1 minute we're trading blows, and then the next we're having drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart. I hope you're right. Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? Oh, not that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. Well, they're in Los Angeles, and Los Angeles does have multiple airports. So he probably fell asleep at the wrong airport too. I was waiting there thinking his flight was really late, and before I knew it, I dozed off. I guessed that one right. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. I figured something like that had happened. Being late and dozing off are the two things you do best. Guilty as charged. Surprised that she's not throwing a fist in his face for saying that. So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about. Not a clue, sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locked room mystery? A suspect with a flimsy alibi? Or, a dying message? Sorry, strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. A civil case? Yeah. For 3 attorneys who's done nothing but murder cases, civil cases out of left field. You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. It's just to write anything you specialize in criminal law, or so I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Well, the attorney is either prosecution or defense. The attorneys themselves are counseling attorneys, yes. But if the acting prosecutor has the ability to act as a counseling attorney, they can participate in civil cases. Right. The other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Oh, wait. Who's the other attorney? And where is Mr. Wright? No time to explain. Let's go. Okay, right behind you. May 17th, 10:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 6. Wait until we see what Athena's face is going to be like. Court is now in session. Oh. Judge's expression in this case too. Is there some sort of practice session? A mock trial perhaps? If there's a mock trial, I don't think they would ask for a real judge. No. No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then you two have had a falling out? I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know. It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have different clients in this case. You see, well, here's to hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. You can say that again. I had no idea we'd be going up against the boss today. You sure this is a good idea, Follow? What? Do you want me to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Well, at least she is here. I'm really going to need her help. Mr. Justice, yes. Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, the kid gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Yeesh. You guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you? I don't mind a good fight between co-workers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin. Get used to that word, plaintiff. Right, left. Halt! Double judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am Paul Edison. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder. So, to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country, ask... Mr. Edison, what is the crazy contraption you're riding in? Custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it? You're at a witness stand, not a campaign podium. So come out of that this instant. All right. Now, would the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant? Mr. Addison's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one, Dirk Sudmati, stole my client's family heirloom, crystal of Amy Faye. Mr. Addison merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if the archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket. You see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement. The defense asserts that the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from the Quran. Go on. It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Koreanese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Korean several weeks ago. Well, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of the Koreanese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom. Well, we believe that it was not, in fact, a theft in the traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Korean by someone from Dr. Buff to study. Don't say. And around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he learned it had been stolen. It seems you even have a transfer agreement between both parties. Mr. Sadmani also agreed to the return of the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Korea. Once the doctor verified it was the real thing, you see, so this dispute centers on whether this item is in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amy Faye. That, in turn, will determine the object's rightful owner. I better bring my A game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park. Come to think of it, the name Dirk Sugmati sounds awfully familiar, but I can't recall where I've heard it. Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. Just a tourist after all. My imagination. Are you sure about this, Apollo? The wanted criminal in Korean, isn't he? And crying, yes. Here, he's just a tourist. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Raidlove, would you bring in the first witness? Emma? Just some manners. We're in court. I know, it's just a civil case, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had her do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? Disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective. I'm a forensic scientist. You try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. And first, I'm sorry. And second, I'm really just trying to do my job. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here? Detective Sky, your testimony if you please. Doctor's dark secret. The police had their eye on Dr. Buff for some time. Just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among these were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Addison resident. The doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now? Well, cat burglar isn't something he'd put on his resume. He was more careful than that. The fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. Treasure hunter? Huh? Like people who have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life and limb for glory. Now Dr. Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, Athena. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. According to the doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. Whatever lofty ideas he had, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yeah, he certainly sounded no different from a regular thief to me. If he wanted to study them, he has to make a deal with these people. If it's in a museum, he has to work with the museum in order to do his own study on them. Which most museums would deny that unless they need the information. So, let's say for a moment that the doctor really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Karian and brought it back here himself? Nope. No record of him traveling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home at all. Then this really must be the Crystal Vein Fae. Yes, he stole it from the Addison residence, probably so he could study it. This is the left book I did not need. I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo. Yeah, when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves are off, he wasn't kidding. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. How exactly did Dr. Buff arouse the suspicion of the police anyways? Chalk it up to good old-fashioned soothing. After investigating countless artifact thefts over the past few years, the police finally zeroed in on him, and the doctor became their prime suspect. A number of these artifact thefts occurred in Crane Village too, if I might add. And they started right around the time that the doctor moved there. But he was never arrested. I take it there was nothing concrete linking him to a crime? No, which is why we were never able to get a search warrant in the first place. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance.
Hold it!
Are you sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal? They're not fake, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. Its design, cracks, and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly. The cracks aren't intended, because that urn has been broken 3 times in the history of the Ace Attorney. One by Maya Fey, one by Pearl Fey, and once by Adrian Andrews. So the cracks aren't intended. Actually, I've had a few run-ins with the urn myself, so I was shocked to see it there in the doctor's study. I can say without a doubt that the urn was stolen from the Fey clan. I see. Detective Scott, please continue with your testimony if you would.
Hold it!
Were any of the other stolen artifacts found inside those belonging to the Fae? Yes, for instance, remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the Kingdom of Cryon several years ago. Chiseled out? Didn't that damage it? Well, he did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. It seemed he intended to return it someday, so one could say his intentions were good. But good intentions are no get-out-of-jail-free card. That's a fact. If I might add, with respect to the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seems the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist. Sounds like a good man who took a wrong turn somewhere. I guess Sarge takes after him in that way. Any further questions? If no,
Hold it!
have these alleged thefts been going on for some time? At least 5 years, as far as we can tell. All the recent thefts had been local, before moving to sugarcane village, he had been stealing from ruins around the world. Mr. Buff was an international criminal. This data lends itself to but one conclusion. Dr. Buff was a thief.
Hold it!
You claim you stole a family heirloom from the Edison residence, but claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How can you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft 1 year ago, in fact. What? A whole year ago? August 25th of last year, to be exact. The report states, and I quote, "The crystal of Amy Faye was discovered to be missing from the Addison residence at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked." Signed, Paul Addison Wimperson. Well, a year ago, year-old report certainly lends the plaintiff's claim credence. The doctor really could have stolen the crystal of Amy Faye. Not only that, Your Honor, its founder's orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. Paul Addison Wimperson? Not the most awe-inspiring tail end, is it? I see why he cut it. Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in his shoes. Robbery report added to the court record. The police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago. The theft of the founder's orb was only reported a few weeks ago. The crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Amy Faye, as Mr. Addison Wimperson asserts. I doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma is the one who submitted it as evidence. Still like something we learned. The police report is missing somehow. So, before I go any further, let's take a look at what the police report says. The crystal of Amy Faye was discovered to be missing from the Addison storehouse at 10 a.m. Storehouse lock had been picked. Paul Addison Wimperson. So, now we need to find a statement that contradicts the evidence we have. We don't have any evidence to prove this or disprove this. This might, but I can't be too sure. That's why you got Andy to help you. This is the last statement. Now the question is, what's the piece of evidence? Email. Yes.
Objection!
The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff? Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Email? Is that little piece of... in that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, this stick here can store all sorts of computer data. I still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Apparently, the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. Now, take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Paul Addison Wimperson. I can see why you dropped Wimperson from his name, but that's hardly breaking news. Look closer, Your Honor. The initials! Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Addison Wimperson. So, it was on there briefly. PAW 711. Paul Addison Wimperson. So he sold the urn. Or he stole the orb. And made a fake claim a year ago because he has known about this thing and had it researched by Dr. Buff. That sums up the entire case right there. Now consider this. The email's recipient address starts with 3 letters. P-A-W. Ah! Don't tell me. Oh, but I will. Anyways, the individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Paul Addison Wimperson. Wait, so then that means exactly. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the crystal of Amy Faye? Ah! Never checked the doctor's emails. We couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. Plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it at the behest of his benefactor. Wait, then what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. It's probably for another relic. The real crystal of Amy Faye. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually his stolen crystal.
Objection!
And how are you so certain that PAW refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Perhaps. So let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Paul Addison Whipperson. I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job. Answer me this, Mr. Addison Whipperson. What is... Now we gotta figure out what 7-Eleven is. So if we get the wrong one, we do get penalized for this one. What is your birthday? Birthday is July 11th. Oh, what's it to you? Isn't that obvious? Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. But full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more. Sorry, you're not getting a gift from me. There's no way I'm spending $1,000 on a birthday gift. You'd be satisfied with a $20 birthday gift from me. Or Mr. Wright. Point number 2, going against him. Why has everyone gone silent? How can anyone be that self-centered? All right, politician. Did everyone hear that? He said July 11th. July 11, or rather 7-Eleven, matches the number in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence. Wait. Why you sneaky little... Like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Paul Addison kind of reminds me of Fira Tigra when Phoenix Wright was going to present a medicine bottle and say it was filled with poison. That's Paul Addison. You remember that, don't you, Di? You remember that moment, right? Will the plaintiff care to explain? I would like to say that it is quite what? Quite a thing you've said. Paul Addison is one of those people that can't speak without a teleprompter in front of his face. Any other thoughts? No further comment. I stand by my previous statement. You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law. They simply don't know how it happened. You can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary? Oh, no, you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. How so? Mr. Addison, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they found out. It's a family heirloom after all. You've got to be kidding me! Mr. Wright is, well, right, but then he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. Crystal is a precious Edison family heirloom and has been for centuries. Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, he just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather.
Objection!
But in order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give what you claim to be the crystal of Amy Faye to that person? You were going to give a precious family heirloom away just like that? I was going to explain everything to grandfather later, honest. My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for. Your Honor, please. I mean, it's been in the family for centuries. My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with this very important game play card today. So, I'm sure he would have been okay with me, with the crystal as I saw fit. His grandfather's name's on it. Grandpa's spoiled little brat. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild after all. Excuse me, can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky, thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around. It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Addison Whipperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Buff. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed? Oh, right, now what? Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called crystal of Amy Faye. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statement. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright. If the item in question really is Addison family heirloom, then let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Addison Whipperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin. Alright. Now then, listen and learn. This is the tale of the crystal of Amy Faye and the illustrious history of the Addison clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country when the Addison family reigned supreme. Keep an eye on the nameplate. Their die. It's going to go through a lot of abuse. The illustrious history of the Addison. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler, protected the spirit mediums, minority back then, from the rest of the local. So discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their powers. Ah, Faye. Amy Faye gave the crystals she had specifically made as a gift to them. I am a descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. All of it is a lie. Well, that divulged into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see, Crystal of Amy Faye is an heirloom of the esteemed House of Addison. And you have proof that it has always been in the Addison family? I had someone who gave a statement to that effect. The client's neighbor, Juan Ives Geneto, age 85, gave the following statement. The Addisons showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad.
Objection!
Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain the statement to the judge? Oh, I didn't mean... What I'm trying to say is, never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Ives' statement to be perfectly credible. Wow, did you see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up my sleeve. You're not helping, Athena. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Judge. By the way, Cyrano's over here, lying on the couch, celebrating National Napping.
Hold it!
That object you set down there, is it something of importance to you? The name. It's a nameplate card. This one here belongs to my grandfather, Abraham Addison. He had it custom made during his distinguished political career. It's special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic. I wasn't aware the Italians were famous for their fine plastic. Neither was I. I always thought the Italians were famous for their al dente pasta. You can touch it if you want. No, I'm fine. Very well. I'll just continue with my testimony. But most of the nameplates that I've seen, they're usually made out of wood, and they last longer than plastic until they're thrown outside in the weather, and then they degrade. The plastic doesn't show you any value. My ancestors were praised as a benevolent ruler, but he was also an eminent politician.
Hold it!
Oh, I take it the relationship with the Fae clan was a close one. A smooth and open line of communication with my entire electorate. This is the Paul Addison way. Huh? Oh, sorry. I was asking about your ancestors. Whether it's about me or my ancestors, feel free to ask me anything you'd like. Transparency is government. That's the Paul Addison way. We're like dodging questions. That's the Paul Addison. Thanks. I'll be sure to ask when I have something you'll actually answer. As I was saying, the Addison family protected the Fae spirit mediums back then. It was a lie.
Hold it!
Their mediums were targeted of discrimination? Yeah. Some people even treated them like they were monsters. The transformation mediums underwent when channeling spirits frightened the locals. And then there were those who tried to use them. I mean, they sought to control the channeling powers of the mediums. Discriminating against a minority is absolutely despicable. A vote for me is a vote to end discrimination. A vow to root it out wherever it may be. That's my purpose to you. Totally ignoring your question. It's like you're a moderator at a political debate. Yeah, and only he cares about his talking. As thrilling as your campaign is, could we please get back to your testimony? As you wish. Now then, as for the crystal of Amy Faye. We'll eventually figure out why Paul Addison made all this up. You said she had it made. So then it was made in Japan? That's right. They say she hired a famous craftsmanship to make it. And they say it's quite valuable too. You were going to take such a priceless family heirloom and just give it to your patron? That's so typical of you, ignorant common type. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about. Only one his own political career. Crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievement. Furthermore,
Hold it!
so tell me, Mr. Addison Whipperson, are you famous in Crane Village? You could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather amusing. Not that big. Amusing? Yes, my campaign posters are going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them down to hang in their bedroom. Now they're burning them in the incinerator because they want you off their land. I guess ignorance really is bliss. Oh, this only proves my fine lineage.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner? Have you never heard of the kingcraft? Kingcraft? It's the art of ruling as a king. My father drilled it into my head from a young age. And one of its precepts states, "Ruler awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue posed by the masses." Well, that answers my question about what he meant by king of this nation, Progress. Well, who is this Amy Faye anyway? I believe she was the founder of the train channeling Inc. The plaintiff claims he had the crystal made for his ancestor. That would mean it was made in Japan, right? Yes, I suppose it would. But the entire testimony is a lie. Despite that, we have to figure out where the contradiction in his made-up testimony. A wild loony realm has appeared. Loony spotted. I did say I was using Tara's account, so that's going to happen. The only thing is, I don't even think the orb itself is made out of crystal. I think it's made out of glass. The rest of it is made out of brass. Yeah, those are all the statements. Now we need to figure out which statement contradicts our evidence. Oh, Phoenix. Okay, there's statement 4.
Objection!
You stated that Amy Faye had the crystal made for your ancestor. So am I to assume it was made in Japan? That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable. Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. What are you talking about? It's quite obvious if you take a closer look at the I'm assuming he's talking about the hieroglyphs on the orb itself, because they're not Japanese-like at all, and they're not traditional Korean symbols. I'm thinking that's what they're talking about. This. Is that what Andy told you?
Take that!
Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Mitama motif dated back to the early days of the Kingdom of Korean. The Kingdom of Korean? And who based this on? Here. This piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. It features the same pattern on the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. Therefore, I assert that this disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Korean. Yeah, my play card.
Objection!
The Korean channeling technique originated in the Kingdom of Korea, and Amy Faye is known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring the pattern back with her?
Objection!
But since this is clearly a Koreanese design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there in the Kingdom of Korea.
Objection!
Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. So you you can't conclude that the orb is from the terrain based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just easily say it's Japanese. I have to agree with Mr. Wright. The pattern alone proves nothing. That also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast. Right. We're just spinning our wheels here. Wonder if we have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate. Does it exist or does it not? Personally, if it doesn't exist, we're going nowhere. The defense would like to present a piece of evidence to the court. A piece that will finally break this stalemate. Oh? Well, you've sure bequeathed my interest. Let's see what you've got. Alright. I will now prove that this is, in fact, the Founder Orb. Does not exist. We're going to get hit with a penalty if we click one then.
Take that!
And just how does that piece of evidence prove that the relic is the Founder's Orb? It doesn't, does it? Now, not by any means I am fathom. Sorry, Apollo, but I have to agree with the boss on that. Me too, actually. 3-3 defense. Yikes! Think the one over again, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Evidence that could break this stalemate. So if it doesn't exist, there doesn't seem to be anything we can use, at least not at this point. Well, unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. That's much better. What's his deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the orb transfer agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, at that last part suggests, this was written under duress? That would render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. namely that his accident might have actually been murder. What? A murder? Mr. Wright, you do realize such statements are not to be made lightly? Are you suggesting the doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons? Yes, but follow me on this for a second. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeologist's shelf. However, among the mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was blood on it. And you feel this is important because the books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology book. We know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. Archaeology took up the entire space, so the psychology book is completely out of place. I think those were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books. Hello, welcome to the stream. But I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The doctor was struck from behind while collecting a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got on the book? Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, he was buried under a mountain of archaeology.
Objection!
Wait a second. This is all just speculation, right? Or do you have proof that it was murder? Of course I do. On a hunch, I had Detective Sky examine the detective's head wound. He found that he's been struck by the corner of some object or another. Wait, what? A wound like that couldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Buff was murdered. What? Well, that was unexpected. Who'd have thought we'd break out of the stalemate like this? He pulled the ladder right out from under us. Still, if he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was a Defiant Dragon? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations.
Objection!
Do you forget who we are up against, Mr. Justice? Huh? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witness and evidence, did you? What are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. He saw what? If he can prove it was murder, that's the end of our client's right to the orb. Did he have this up his sleeve the whole time? How could Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap. This trial has taken another unexpected turn, but I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. Dr. Butt's autopsy report added to the court record. Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder in a civil case. All right, Mr. Edison Whipperston. Your testimony, if you please. Perhaps to be dazzled. Dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles. The rebels' crime. That evening, I was walking along, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house. That's when I saw Mr. Ayabal. He was running out of the front door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you. Stop making your testimony into a campaign already. So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing for the doctor's residence, and it was within the window of the estimated time of death. That's Arbel. What in the world were you doing there then? Study photo updated in the court record. Seems Mr. Arbel was loitering about Crane Village that day. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Is that right, Mr. Justice? Ah! You mean the suitcase? Exactly. Must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Arbel just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. Ah! See? That's him trying to escape as we speak. Raidlove, don't let that man get away. Right, you backstabber! Why are you doing this to me? Alright. The counsel / defense may question the plaintiff / witness once more. Please, proceed, Mr. Justice.
Hold it!
Why were you taking a walk? Society isn't inundated with serious problems that must be solved. As a politician, I'm always on the job, thinking hard about possible solutions on my walk. Thanks for the non-answer. While we live out our company lives, there are starving children who suffers in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not in me to ignore such suffering. A vote for me is a vote to end hunger and for world peace. Yes, Mr. Addison. We are well aware of your outstanding character. Now please continue with your testimony. I can practically hear my poll numbers surging. Now, on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed of the magnificence that is me.
Hold it!
Where exactly were you when you saw Mr. Arbel? Right here, under this tree. I saw him dashing out of Dr. Buff's front door. And he didn't notice you? No, I was hiding by the tree. Is it really all that important to know from where the plaintiff saw Mr. Arbel? Yes, I believe it matters a lot. I ask that it please be added to the witness's testimony. I was under this tree when I saw Mr. Arble.
Hold it!
What were you doing under that tree? Lack of lateral thinking. That is a politician's downfall. What? That is why, if I'm elected, promise to think outside the box. The question was, what were you doing under the tree, Mr. Addison Wimperston? I suppose I can't expect a pubescent such as yourself to understand my grand design. Oh, yeah? Try me, oh lord of libs. Mr. Addison Wimperston, I believe the court is well aware of your grand political vision. Now, let's have the rest of your testimony, if you please. I can hardly wait for the upcoming election.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all over as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something. It probably wasn't good. Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police? Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Bob? Not me. That's why I didn't report him. So, the witness didn't notify to the police. Is that an important statement, Mr. Justice? Think so? Okay. Yes, it's important. I request the witness added to his testimony. Yeah, sure, why not? I had no idea that Dr. Buff was dead. That's why I didn't call the police. Testimony is going to keep getting longer and longer and longer. It's already at 7 statements.
Hold it!
You had no idea he was dead? In other words, you knew nothing about what had happened? I am truly ashamed of myself. What? There's been a gruesome murder in my beloved village. What a fool I've been. I was thinking only of the village's future and world peace. It seems my earnest attitude and his industrious nature had come back to haunt me. Only a politician would try to pass off self-aggrandizement as self-deprecation. Follow? I think this is how all politicians will be from now on. We're all doomed if they are. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with my testimony.
Hold it!
But at the time, you didn't know that the doctor was dead, is that correct? It's true that I've been known as a prodigy from a very young age. Huh? I graduated high school and college with exceptional grades as class president. I reformed stale, old school traditions, my exploits were even covered in local papers. But as exceptional as I am, I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times. Okay. This isn't working. He keeps bending the question to serve his own needs. Hang in there, Apollo. Mr. Addison Whipperson, I believe the court is well aware of your exceptional nature. Now, would you please continue with your testimony? I have the upcoming election in the bag.
Hold it!
So, how do you actually intend to end such violence? Elite politicians such as myself never reveal their strategy. Did you really think I would divulge in such sensitive information to the likes of you? Yeah, but surely you have some sort of campaign platform you're running on. No comment. Clearly, he is a platform told by an idiot full of sound and furry. And if signifying nothing, he said he saw gas from under the tree. If that's true, then you figure something out? Yeah, I think he's hiding something. Let's take another look at the evidence, Athena. There's one statement I've seen that is kind of out of place out of all of it. And I don't mean the last one. There's my teeth. Anybody that's in chat wants to work with Di, they can. Just don't immediately give her the answer. Just work with her and actively work like you're her assistant or anything like that. Come up with clues and say that'll help her out. Or if you're not sure what it is, you can try making suggestions. Her big freaking window. How the heck did he not know he wasn't dead? Maybe. What does Andy tell you?
Objection!
Miss Addison Whipperson. Rather than Mr. Arble, wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention? Like what? Oh, yes, of course. A politician must also keep his finger on the elect. Sorry, but you were way off. I am. Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? If the witness saw Mr. Arble from his position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to the huge window. Why, I believe you have a point there. With the body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he couldn't have reported it to the police. Would the witness care to respond? Did he fall asleep? Yeah, when the pressure's getting to him, he's gonna fall asleep. Mr. Addison Whipperson. Mr. Addison Whipperson! Ah! There are many sides to any issue. What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Addison Whipperson, did you really see Mr. Arble? Yes.
Hold it!
Where do you think you're going? Oh, I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I had already answered the question. This isn't some small town hall debate, so you just stay right there until I say we're through. I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before
Objection!
Mr. Addison Whipperson, I think it's time for you to come clean. Huh? So then, does this mean that he didn't see Mr. Arble? As your lawyer, Mr. Addison Whipperson, I advise you divulge the matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option. What about this? I'm in the midst of running for office. I can't afford to let my strange rumors get out. Don't worry. You won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal. Blowback? Not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright. Not to worry, Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? Come to think of it. Emma, who was the first one to discover the body? About that. Whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? That happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. Wait, you're not saying that? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was my client, Mr. Paul Addison Whipperson. What? You don't say. You see, he played his part as a concerned citizen quite admirably, if I say so. Isn't that right? Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who chooses indifference over righteous action. But I don't number them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. You might call me the model citizen. unworthy of standing above the rest. What a real standard bearer. He's reporting it anonymously. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there something else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? Oh, you mean Mr. Arbel? He would have been leaving the doctor's house right about then. Wait, so that means... Yes, it does. Short. Well, my client witness was Mr. Arbel fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. Ah! And that's not all. Based on what we have heard so far, Mr. Arbel looking exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mightily. We already know the Defiant Dragons threatened the doctor with bodily harm. And now that they've killed him, the so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void. Ah! Apollo, if we don't come up with some sort of counter-argument, what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove that it was Mr. Arbel who killed the doctor? That move has desperate written all over it. It's all I've got, so I'm going with it. Evidence? I suppose it's true that I don't have any. I knew it. But I do have another witness. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. My new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Arbel's guilt. New witness? I wonder who it could be. Very well. Bailiff, please summon our new witness. This witness? We already know this witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly, understand? Okay, they're going to give us a brief recess. Day 17. District Court. Defendant lobby numbers. Wow, I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but yeah. Just when I thought we had him, he turned the tables on us. He really is the turnabout terror. We can't let him blindside us again. Looks like they've got me again. 3 times in one day, that's the new record. I love how he just threw his name in there. Dads, please. No more new records or bad puns while you're at it. He couldn't contain himself. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is. Roger that. I'll be more careful next time. Dad, is what Mr. Wright said true? Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buck that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the door. Someone put it in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the doctor was still alive when Dad last saw him? You'll still have Rubitel. Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. No. Hey, where's Stussy? Or where's Stussy? She went to go see her dad. So mad. Or like worried. Worried that this trial will create a rift between you two. Now you might then leave the agency. She has an active imagination. Excuse me, the trial will be resuming shortly. So let's go see what new testimony awaits us. May 17th, District Court, courtroom number 6. So like I said, we already know this witness. We're going to end up breaking some ground with this witness. All right, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, said you had a witness. Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, you can't mean the Sargis or you mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion. Oh. Poor Charles only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear? Now that's impressive. This must be really important testimony for the kid to come out into public like this. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand. Oh my. Now, I'm going to talk about this. There is a community known as Attorney Online. When they were doing sprites for Sarge, they ran into a problem. Apparently, with the coding in the client that they have, they could not run the character correctly for whatever reason. Because this character acts as two individual characters in the same setting, the drone and the actual character. So it was difficult to put it together, but some rippers has actually found a way to do it later on, or they probably modified the client's code to utilize the character better. Sergeant Buff at your service, sir. Here as the drone? Really? Mr. Roy, what exactly is the meaning of this? Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness's lobby was just too much. But I would still like to continue with the testimony delivery via this drone. I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. The testimony via a remote-controlled toy? Well, the drone is not exactly it. Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. Matter of fact, you actually have to have a drone registered. You cannot fly a drone without it being registered. Bet you didn't know that, Di, did you? You have to register a drone before you can fly one. And in some cases, I do agree that it has to be registered. Is an illegal flying of the drone is a violation of the law. Just who's piloting this trial anyway? The judge sure warmed up that idea fast. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up. You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. Ah! Defending the man who killed Papa? That's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private. Corporal? Private? What's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story. Well then, are you ready to testify, youngster? Lock and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. What happened that evening? Papa met with someone that night he died. He didn't have eyes on the ground, as I'd already mounted my siege base, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. My window, I saw that one designed dat getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. Must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. So, he was thrown out, but later returned and committed the murder, did he? Yes, Your Honor. So the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Arby. Objection! Right, you backstabbing no good. I didn't kill no one. It's the enemy. Ready all missiles and fire! Whoa, 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 whoa. Capitalist pig, I'll turn you into pork stroganoff. And that's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon. Whoa, it fires missiles too? Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice.
Hold it!
Your father met with someone? Could you be more specific? Now, I was in the middle of crucial defense siege operation. Right. You're referring to how you don't leave your room, correct? You never know where the enemy might be lurking outside this perimeter. What about, school? Oh. I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. A sergeant doesn't associate with rookies. Still too green to fight. A kid like this, I bet that could fall getting any rest after like very brave of you to come to the courthouse. But what was that you said about a siege defense? Oh, that? No. Okay. BRB. We'll wait for Di.
Hold it!
Back press? I don't think I can give you a back press. Sarge, I've always wondered, who or what are you battling? That literally stung the witness. Does that specify? Even so, it may be relevant to this case.
Objection!
I don't know if you're the right person to be asking about things like that. That's right. Such matter needs to be handled with a certain delicacy. Oh, I guess curiosity got the better of me. You're all talk and no action, soldier. Out on the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, but the numbers of bullets in your gun belt that count. This witness is very smart for their age. Remember that. Easy for you to say. You're the one with all of them. Would the witness please tell this court what he saw and heard that night?
Hold it!
What was the argument about? I heard things like, where's the orb? And are you defiant dragons really criminals? It sounded really volatile. Like a war might break out at any second. So the two of them had an argument with Dad. When Dad came to get the orb. Did you see or hear anything else? Yeah, I heard them arguing and then silence.
Hold it!
How was Mr. Arbel acting? Like a conquered trooper retreating with his legs between his legs. A trooper? Well, I guess he does dress like he's in the military. I bet those two would have really hit it off had they met under different circumstances. Yeah, I can see that. So, the defeated soldier was expelled. But that wasn't the end.
Hold it!
That doesn't seem suspicious. He kept hiding behind telephone poles and stealing glances at our house. Well, couldn't exactly leave without the orb. He was angry that he'd been kicked out.
Hold it!
Don't you keep your front door unlocked? So that anyone could have gotten in. That's true. Papa did our house last time. He said there was no need because there were only good people in the Rain Village. Yet he ended up dead anyway. Only a monster could do what they did to my trusting Papa. There will be no mercy. About swift and terrible vengeance. A carpet bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Fire! While I sympathize with you, witness, you will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this courtroom. Those sides saw Dad's too. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. I wonder why he hung around after being thrown out. I hate to say this, but if Dats is proven to be the killer, we'll lose the orb to the plaintiff. So our only option is to prove that the Defiant Dragons has nothing to do with the murder. This is a tough testimony. When I say tough, I don't mean it's like game-wise stuff. Image 2. The drone. Like I said, drones aren't exactly toys.
Objection!
Third, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question your superior officer like that? You want to get in on this Stroganoff action with Big Boy over there, soldier? Sorry, but I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof. What? Would the defense care to explain? It's simple, Your Honor. Just as he is able to see what is happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. With his perished drone, of course. Oh, now that you mention it. And to think the answer was right before our eyes this whole time. Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night. So you must have seen something. I'm hit! What is this strange new weaponry you're using against me? Well, it's got real oil, so it's not exactly a toy. Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles because evidence is our weapon of choice. The evidence has exposed your bold-faced lie. My true bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare. Truth bomb? No! Ah! Mayday, mayday, I'm going down! Oh my, are you alright? Evidence. Never have I seen such fearsome horror. Tell it to us straight, Sarge. After all, you went to help your father, don't you? Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Ah! Sarge? You need to answer my question. Hey, your bio maggot! It'll be a scorching day in Serbia before a lowly pirate like you orders me around. What's with him in Siberia, of all places? But if a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena, you think a therapy session might help? Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. That usually means the patient wants to say something but can't for some reason. Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. In that case, I leave it to you and your moon matrix magic. You got it. Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here. Going for a therapy session, is it, Miss Stokes? Yes. I will help the witness with his anxiety, maybe even enough to testify. Then by all means, please bring the poor child. Honor the light of the day. Oh. But I assume this will be all right with you, Mr. Wright? Why not? Not like we all haven't been through this before. So, what are you butting in for, lady? There ain't a place on this battlefield for you. I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big hole in the armor you built around your heart. Ugh. There's evidence. The analytical psychology? Where are these WMDs coming from? Well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. The corpse woman Sykes. You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. Stayed in my room with my drone that evening. I heard Dad and Papa arguing with each other. Dad got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day. Alright. So let's go back to the first one. I'm assuming this sadness or scared is based upon the witness's depression. You want to pinpoint the sad? It could just be related to his depression.
Got it!
Yeah, it's just related to the depression. This emotion isn't that out of place given the state. Apollo, are you just looking at his emotion as they relate to only a single statement? It's really important to look for emotion fluctuation between different statements too. All right, thanks for the reminder, Athena. All right, let's try that again. Okay, so that's just related to the witness's depression. Okay. So the witness is still depressed. It's normal to be shocked by the argument, because who wouldn't be shocked by an argument? This could be considered odd, because why would he still be shocked? Why would the witness still be shocked to see him lingering outside? So that could be a question. That could be a question mark. Now, the question is why is he more depressed than shocked to find his dad dead? That's the bigger question. Pinpoint this. You want to pinpoint the sad? Because we just stated the sad is it's related to the depression. Okay? But the fact that should be more shocked than feeling depressed is the question.
Got it!
That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body, yet you weren't nearly as shocked than as you saw Mr. Arbel. Normally, you'd expect the death of someone's father to be much more impactful. Enemy fire! Directions! That is strange. I wonder what it could mean. We know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. I think I know why. Oh? Sarge, you weren't as shocked as seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Arbel because you think he already seen the body? Sarge? Mike, the truth is, you left your room that night. That's when you saw it, your father's body. I saw no such thing. Really? You didn't see his body? Alright then. What did you see? Look, Apollo. We lost some noise. So just as I suspected, you really did see something. Sarge, please, tell us what you saw. But... the moment I saw it, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to look losing yet another loved one. Huh? I'm missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you had already sensed that he was a goner somehow? Please, Sarge. What was it you saw on the night of your father's murder? I saw... What's happening? I don't know. I don't like where this is going. No more, please! Get it out! I'm confiscating your little toy. The battlefield has no place for unauthorized equipment. Widget! Apollo, I can't continue the session without him. Calm yourself this instant, witness. I hereby order you to summon to your therapy session. What is blazes? Look at me, I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. I hereby convene a military tribunal. Whoa, this has gone way too far. Well, it's the first time we've ever experienced a witness with post-traumatic stress disorder. Bailiff, arrest the assistant. Stop resisting. Fire! Get back, Virgin back, right? Wonder what Mr. Wright's thinking about. What do you think Phoenix is thinking about? Finally got him back. Nice work. This witness is truly a handful. 2, 3, 4. Besides, what's the witness's current psychological state? Let's see. He's emotionally all over the map. Those out of control emotions are in control of him, huh? Does that mean we can calm him down if we can figure out the root cause? Yes, so let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Is it for something sake? I'm here. Now I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out. In, out. And now, let your emotion take you where they will. Go on. Just let it all out. Oh, for this attack! That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. Dad was still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting, and I got worried about Papa. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. That is common for people with post-traumatic stress disorder. I remember a flame lighting up the room, and Papa grinning with delight. So that's when he must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out. Okay. So there is one statement that we're going to have to probe. Actually, there isn't exactly anything we can probe here because whatever was supposed to hit the Dr. Buff isn't there. So there's nothing there we can actually probe.
Got it!
That's it. Charge. You were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Was I? Yes. Just 6 months ago, you and your mother were caught up in an arson's blaze. So it's no wonder you would be extremely scared of fire. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes. It does make sense. Maybe. Just maybe. Your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world. You mean, or come in sight? In the outside world, you were bound to come across all sorts of fires. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at the diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them grow bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes. Just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine. Wow. The things I take for granted. Now I was afraid of the fire. Strange, I didn't even realize it myself. About the fire, Surge. Can you tell me what it was burning? Just stay calm and maybe something will come to you. Oh. Oh. Starting to remember. It was that relic. That relic Papa was studying. It was on fire. The orb was on fire? So kind of fuzzy. Yes, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. There, flames was... Mama? Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flame. Wait, what? Okay. So we'll get a little bit more detail on that one, but that gave us a very big clue. Looks like he got a follower on Twitch. Because I started the stream at 2:09, now it says 2:10. What's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. Might be confusing it with what really happened when his father died. Let me guess. More therapy? Yep, but this time it seems there's an inconsistent statement. I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence. I hope this inconsistency is prove that the relic really is the founder's orb. Alright, so we can't press any statement. So go next. Statement next. What would be
Objection!
Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? Talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room. What? Explain yourself for once, Private Justice. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? That night, he went out to hide it in a cave. So what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. Ah. You see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within. So, even if I hadn't passed out, that's right, the outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Private Justice, can you really say there's no blame in this? Why do you ask? Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my season, then Papa would still be alive. Sarge, Papa vanished. Papa wished nothing more than for me to be happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out, away from me. Even then, I didn't have the courage to step foot into the outside world. And in the end, I failed to make Papa's Sarge? If you want to make your father's wish come true, that's what you really want. Who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now? First step? Right. You can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. No, from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take the first step. You don't change your tactics now, Sarge. The victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. I understand now. I've made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense immediately. Huh? Did you expect that die? Didn't expect that he would have a daughter, right? Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty. What? I think you were a guy. You're definitely not the gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. Well, my name was in the Russian army. I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out too. May I inform you to Miss Army Buff, age 12. No way! Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you away at any moment's notice. She's too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured in the fire. Your voice sounds awfully different from before. My drone features a voice modulation device. Just one of my Army's many technical marvels. Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls. If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue my testimony. I've just remembered something, and it's just clear the Trump at roll call. What did you remember? It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. Said it was the Holy Mother, the founder of Cryanism. Well, that just blown Phoenix's case. She appeared right there, right in the burning orb. Huh? What did you just say? Now we know it's the Founder's Orb. The Holy Mother of Cryanism was in the burning orb? Well, what does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be? Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb? Well, it's not going to be the orb itself. So, we need another piece of evidence. Maybe a set of words that helps us reveal the Holy Mother?
Take that!
Active bus research notes? What do they have to do with this? Look at this. The burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both. So, when the butterfly embraces the mitzvah, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Offer thy prayer a fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. So that's the line we're looking for right here.
Take that!
There's a legend about the orb revolving a mysterious riddle. And this song, in turn, is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. Well, anyone see where I'm going with this? Prayers as fervent as fire? Ah! You're supposed to set the orb on fire? The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so the doctor, Yes, Athena. He had solved the ancient riddle of the founder's orb. Oh my! Well, Papa was a great archaeologist. But I believe in him, and I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his lifelong dream of solving the riddle before he died. Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves. Yes, do it, Private Justice, please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet.
Objection!
You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
Oh, but I do. All I need was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amy Faye. Any ownership rights the doctor had now belongs to his daughter. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us. Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. Yeah, I don't expect that to come out of a judge's mouth. All right, here we go. Look! It says the orb! There's something in there. Sure. Isn't she the face of the Holy Mother? It's a sin to see her face. The garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the founder herself. Face and all. Oh, I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in cryonism is the depiction of the founder's face. And here it is, hidden within this orb. Founder's orb, updated in the court record. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of the cryonism. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Be that it may be, Mr. Arbel still may have killed the doctor. If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement null and void. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Arbel. It happened after the doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you've no proof that Mr. Arbel was still around at the time. Your claim that the Defiant Dragons were behind this crime doesn't hold water. And that means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. No! I won? I actually won? Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Respond? There's a reason why Mr. Wright's acting this way, Di. There's a reason why he's acting this way. I didn't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Turnabout Terror? You're amazing, Apollo. Don't just stand there, right? Do something. Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Aston Wimperston, I think it's time for your concessions. I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. Facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan? Why, you contemptuous peasant. He nods. I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I would like to render my verdict. No objections here, Your Honor. No, you can't do this. The crystal is mine. I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal. Sorry, but there's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? What's going on here? I'll give you a little clue, Di. Think at the end of Justice for All. What happened in Justice for All? That will be your clue.
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that. Oh, of course. Can't possibly have hit on something. The defense assertion is incomplete, and this is why. Their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb is based on a legend. That legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right, and that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. So, Mr. Justice, what about the last part of the legend? Huh? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, he would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Wow, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo jumbo, right? Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. Gotten into him. Why is Mr. Wright doing that? It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles. That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. I ask that all arguments be ready by then. Oh, and Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too. So apparently the judge did not believe Phoenix's theory. May 17th, District Court. Defendant lobby, number 3. Mr. Wright is sure acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb, but that last assertion was just plain crazy. Either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm going to go check up on him. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Hey, Private Justice. Oh, Sarge. I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh? Well, why are you only telling me about it now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. That's right above the coffee bar. But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared, I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. Know who it was? No, it was pitch black. Plus, I fled to my room so fast I didn't even have a chance to turn on the light. Father? No, he couldn't have said something. He would have said something to me. Besides, I'd have known if it was him. So then it could have been father's real killer? My thoughts exactly. But you didn't report this to the police? It didn't even occur to me. Okay. You were obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it. Paul, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be part of some bigger scheme. Hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing. Guess I should take her statement down as evidence. Army statement added to the court record. Oh, well, welcome back, Athena. Well, what's with the long face? How'd it go with Mr. Wright? Athena? Sorry, zoned out for a second there. The recess is almost over, so let's go. What was that all about? May 17th. District Court. Room number 6. Alright, court is once again back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, what's that last objection? We, the plaintiffs, still believe that the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb would bestow spiritual powers, yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test. I see. He's sticking with the ridiculous argument? Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragon. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Bob.
Objection!
What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting the Defiant Dragon's murder the doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that Dat Sarble did in fact kill Dr. Bob. What? Very well, you may call your witness. Yes, Mr. Wright found another new angle. What new testimony could there be this late in the game? Yeah. At this point, the testimony is going to be, and it's ended up being bribed. Or blackmailed in this case. Fellow citizens, it is I, Paul Addison, the once and future representative of the people. Geez, not him. My client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. A very That's crime. It was around 11 at night. I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. A That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Mr. Arable snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice? Suitcase. Unfortunately, not even Gats can hurl that thing over and hit somebody. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. You saw the murder as it happened, and you're telling us now because... Save the best for last. A tactic known to all the political guests. Murder weapon was a complete mystery. But my client's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light. According to the autopsy, Dr. Buff was struck in the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase. Where's the corner of the suitcase? It's actually completely round. Do you see a corner on this suitcase? It's completely round. Where's the corner? And if it shows that that it was a corner of an object, this suitcase isn't going to help us because there's no corner on a suitcase. Where's the corner? It's completely round.
Objection!
But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. A luminol test revealed that the doctor's blood on Mr. Arbel's suitcase. Really? But how does that prove Mr. Arbel used it as a weapon? You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprint. Ah! I forgot we tested right in front of Emma. The turnabout terror strikes again. This was quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice.
Hold it!
You were on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 at night? That's right. Perfect time because everyone is at it. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say. Yeah, they threw him out. With tears of frustration, no doubt. Yeah, 11 at night. They'd be like, who the hell wakes up somebody at the middle of the night? Or, get off my property, I'm trying to sleep. You weren't riding around in your Pelican? That's right. Some village idiot reported me to them. I've been banned from using it after dark. Should have been banned completely. I wonder, what with all the noise he made? But what exactly did you see then?
Hold it!
Sounds like you witnessed something rather shocking. Hey, believe it at first. I mean, vicious murder in Crane? There haven't been many murders there, I take it. If I'm elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. A vote for me is a vote to banish murder forever from our beloved Terrain village. Well, unfortunately, you can say you can banish murder, but I'm going to tell you right now, that's going to be tough to do. Yeah, good luck with that. Mr. Edison Whipperson, please tell the court what you saw at the scene of the crime.
Hold it!
He snuck up from behind? So you're saying the doctor never even realized Dr. Arbel was there? That's right. He was utterly absurd and absorbed in a book. See. What did you see Mr. Arbel do next? Climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. But that idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window. One of those statements don't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now about we're not going to choose the last one, because that makes no difference. You think it's the book? You believe it's a book? Let's see if that makes sense. The doctor was reading a book at the time of the murder. That's vital testimony. Very well. The witness will please add this statement to his testimony. The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelf absorbed in a book.
Hold it!
You watched the murderer commit his crime and did nothing to stop it? Doesn't sound like a good way to score points with the voting public. I'm a politician, not a superhero. I'm under no obligation to risk life and limb. You're as quick to deny his obligations. There's nothing in it for him. Yet, a president has to risk life and limb to stay alive. I'm getting tired of listening to endless campaigning and flimsy rationalization. What's your testimony, Mr. Addison Whipperson? You said Mr. Arbel struck the doctor from behind while he was absorbed in a book. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Hold it!
Are you sure? Positive. I saw it with my own two eyes. Yet despite your certainty, you kept quiet about it until now? No, I was waiting. I knew there would be a perfect chance to talk about it later. Information must always be disclosed in a strategic manner. That is one of the lessons of kingcraft, as taught by the Addison clan. Is there a lesson by chance in the Addison Kingcraft guidebook on being honest? Anyways, that's how Mr. Arbel commit the heinous crime. I would have to agree that suitcase is really heavy. Wait a second. How did you know it was so heavy? For all you knew, it could have been empty.
Objection!
My client witnessed the crime in progress. Naturally, he saw Mr. Arbel straining to lift what was obviously a heavy suitcase. I can't say I'm a fan of you trying to discredit my client by tripping him up, Mr. Justice. I'm just doing what you always do, Mr. Wright. Dr. Buff was struck from behind while he was absorbed in a book. He must have been really into it. Doesn't add up. It doesn't. If Paul Addison is lying, I'm sure of it. If we look at the diagram of it, we can say for certain that there's a statement that's not correct. The newspaper. The glasses. Doctor's poor eyesight meant he couldn't read anything without these. They were found on his desk. Okay, we'll try it.
Objection!
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelf, absorbed in a book, you say? I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable. That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I am anything but 100% reliable. It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes have gotten so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there's no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelf. I'm sorry, Miss Addison Whipperson, but I'm going to have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. Yeah. Hey. What? I'll explain it. Lily, I simply made a mistake, you see. The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Arbel hit him over the head. Well, the computer faces the desk, kind of faces that way, so he's looking this way, and there's a suitcase, there's a bookshelf behind him. The suitcase is over on the other side where the coffee is. Dash would have to pick that suitcase up there and then come at him. And then what would be in front of him? His face. But then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely he would have seen him and tried to run. Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. Sounds more like what you would do. Then, how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk? About that. He bowed his head when he nodded. That's when he was clobbered. So that's what you think. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. Do you have a problem with the proposal that the doctor was struck while nodding off? My question is, does he know this? There's a problem, a very big problem. The witness's statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny. That's so. Then will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this? Gladly, Your Honor. This shows the problem with the witness's claim that he saw the doctor nodding off. That should be a hit. Not the study diagram.
Take that!
A diagram of the study? Miss Addison Whipperson allegedly viewed the murder from here. The doctor was allegedly nodding off here. But from his vantage point, the bookshelf would have blocked the witness's line of sight. Yeah, that's what I asked before. How could he see all this? Well, yes, I believe you're right. But,
Objection!
So the fact remains my client knew that the suitcase was the murder weapon. So he definitely had first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. But then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Addison Whipperson have seen the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. The witness saw the murder from right here. Well, this is the whole study right here. This is all of it. So we need to specify where he was standing.
Take that!
You gotta be kidding. Well, that's... It is indeed. But everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study, but that's the scene of the crime. I know. Mr. Addison Whipperson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder, was most certainly in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting... Mr. Addison Whipperson, weren't you the one who actually swung the suitcase?
Objection!
What are you proposing? What you're proposing is ludicrous. My client is a small, thin man, whereas Mr. Arbel has the muscular here to pull it off. Here's the point. I give up trying to lift that thing after one go. That's right. He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now, do you understand that Rebel Dats Arbel is the doctor's killer? As long as the suitcase is the murder weapon, the suspicion falls entirely on Dat. You'll have to poke a hole in Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Apollo. Oh, I will. And with his own sneak weapon. If Mr. Addison Whipperson couldn't swing the suitcase around, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon instead. I'm going to turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice. But do you have what it takes? Well, this should be interesting. Mr. Addison Whipper's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First, he stated that Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelf. Now he claims that the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer and how was the murder weapon really used? So the important thing here is the position of the victim and killer relative to each other. Yes, Your Honor. They were positioned in a certain way. It would be possible to use a suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. Can't mean. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, Dr. Buff was sitting in a certain spot, killed, and his killer was at a certain other spot. The case would become a weapon. Anyone can. Very well, Mr. Justice. Where was Dr. Buff's killer at the time of the crime? This kind of would make sense if he was like up there, wouldn't it? And then he was moving the case up the stairs, which would mean where was the victim? Yeah. So they're only asking where the killer was. I'm also relating this to Army's testimony, if you will. Because there's got to be one way for the killer to use that suitcase without lifting it. So, the suitcase can be rolled on wheels, right? Got a handle onto it. Even you could take that suitcase. Well, he didn't push it, he pulled it. Because he would have to take the handle and pull it. I understand that part, but he would have to pull it up the stairs. But do we know if it was up the stairs? So,
Take that!
there. Oh, this should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. This time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. He used gravity to his advantage, that is. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one Paul Addison Whipperson, who used the suitcase. Pushed it from the second floor and sent it hurling down onto Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. Psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he finished reading it or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it on the mountain of books.
Objection!
That's quite an entertaining theory you had there, Mr. Justice. But there's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Wright. I say the evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar you misspelled it. Exit. The evidence does exist, and I'm going to show you. You are. This right here is proof that the murder took place at the coffee bar. Well, it's going to be very obvious. Coffee stain on the book is actually a good answer. This brown stain was determined to be coffee. What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. Ugh. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to spatter onto it. Ah! Ah! Well, Mr. Addison Whipperson? What motive could I have possibly had to kill Dr. Buff? Knowing that the doctor discovered it was the founder orb and he was going to give it to the Defiant Dragons, the reason why he's killed him. That's his motive. And there it is. That final excuse cornered killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Telling him that the Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a wonder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news report. He knew the relic was the Founder's orb. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. That meant keeping it out of your hands. You were so angry that he refused to return the relic to you. And that you killed him with your own hand. Isn't that right, Miss Addison Whipperson? Ah! Hey. That is...
Hold it!
Apollo, please don't accuse my client of murder. Huh? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I mean was, he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of scandal. Say what? Right? You better do something to change this current courtroom climate, or I'll be charged with murder. And you know what will happen to her if that happens? What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. For now, Mr. Wright, I can't possibly believe that Mr. Arble is the killer. Are you really going to send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me. Mr. Wright? What in the world's going on here? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Addison Whipperton. Apollo, wait! Not you too, Athena. It's just, I wasn't sure whether I should say anything, but during that last recess, when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. I trust Maya is unharmed. I can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Relax. All you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want? What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. Maya? As in... Maya Fey? Yes. Boss's legendary former assistant. Miss Fey's being held hostage? So it seems. Why didn't you tell me as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away. It made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things more difficult if you found out. As if things weren't already hard enough. So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. I think, Justin, there's got to be something you can do. Mr. Justice, about that last statement of... I believe you were in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Clough. Would you care to continue? I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry. What's gotten into you two? I accused this time ball. I put Miss Fay's life in jeopardy. Seems you finally caught on. I'm far too important to be accused. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders. I give up or... Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day, I'll become president, and then king. I'll have every politician at my command. Now retract your accusation. Ugh. Kowtow to him, but the defense would like to retract the previous accusation. Apollo. Kirk? I don't know what's going on here, but a lawyer should never look the way you do right now, with defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. Glares and roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. A dragon never yields. He's right. It's all over if I give up now. Mr. Wright's hands are tied. It's up to me to do what must be done. He saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. Sure. Thanks for that wake-up call. Now that's the face of a lawyer you got there, son. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm going to find the way to save Miss Faye and see that justice is served. That scumbag is holding Miss Faye hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. It seems that patron believes in the orb's legend. Thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. The legend is true, and we've already solved the riddle, right? Unfortunately, that answer is no. Legend says the founder would bestow great spiritual power when she returns. But if that's true, it means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. But how can that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. But how would it be possible for a dead person to return to the world of the living? Founder can return through channeling. Oh, I know. There is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. Of course, you have to know what the founder looks like first. But the orb has revealed her face to us. So what if it's a sign that we should channel her? Given that fact, in order to solve the riddle and receive the founder's power, I need medium is needed to obtain the power. The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking this orb's secret. That means Mr. Addison Whipperson's patron will need one too. Once the slimy politician realizes that he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Fay. Everything is going to be okay, Mr. Wright. Because Mr. Paul Addison Whipperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Fay's head. Huh? Mr. Addison Whipperson, seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage. What do you mean? Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle, thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Fey can truly give them what they really want. You can? What do you mean, only Maya Fey? Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Karian, the birthplace of spirit medium. Ah, I think I see now. He's speaking theoretically. He's not saying actually. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. But in Karianism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the founder. Heck, through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. If the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearls imbued my Magatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner, it is said that the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Wait a second, then the legend is true! You understand now, Mr. Addison Whipperson? We're holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. And if anything were to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved forever. There's always Pearl Fay. I could simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain. She certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Or maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen if Ryan to channel the founder for you. You could, but probably get executed for requesting things. It's over. Now confess. You killed Dr. Buff, didn't you? It wasn't supposed to end this way. Mr. Addison Whipperson, are you admitting to committing the crime? Yeah, you're my lawyer, right? Do something. It's true that I am your lawyer, and as such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client is the only duty a lawyer has. Something else that's equally as important. That is finding the truth. What? Mr. Addison Whipperson, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage taking, but in a way, I was being held hostage too. And so there's still hope for me to make things right. And I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Wright, I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Addison Whipperson, I must resign as your attorney. No! Is this thief? I'm under arrest. No! Well, I've nothing to confess. What? I said I have nothing to confess. Don't. I won't. Especially not to a pubescent like you. Guy doesn't know when to give up. Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. All that means is you wipe them off, taking care to only leave Mr. Arbles. As many a great politician has said before me, no comment. In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. There's really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from above. Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the second floor. The killer pushed the suitcase from the second floor hallway over the coffee bar. That would place him right around here. Ah, maybe. Just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase.
Take that!
But appears to be a statement, but how is that related to this case? On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Armory Buff physically left her room when she saw the doctor burning the orb and subsequently passed out, right above the coffee bar. But with her there in her wheelchair, the killer would have been able to drop the suitcase down onto the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, he woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair. Ah! Someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared. I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. He must have been in the killer's way and had to move. Not right, Mr. Addison Whipperson. And if the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may yet find the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. If only he'd been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. Now, he is neither able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. And yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better. But this wasn't supposed to happen? No? Well, too bad, because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you right here in this very trial. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person.
Take that!
Then, on the night of the murder, Sarge passed out, only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. She didn't physically see a single soul after that. Not until Athena drew her out through that therapy session, that is. While the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase off, same can't be said for the prints that got away. My fellow Canadians. Well, Mr. Paul Addison Whipperson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. I am not a drunk. I'm a apology. Yeah, I did do a great thing. Nothing wrong. Not a dream. Not a dream. What? Wait, really? Wait, no way! Bonsai, 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 bonsai! Oh, please. Wait, don't go. No, no, please. Whoa, Grandpa! Mr. Addison Whipperson, are you all right? Right left. Get him to first aid station on the double. Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. It seems that Mr. Paul Addison Whipperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder. Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you. Don't mention it. You were amazing today, Apollo. Oh, I couldn't have done it without Dirk.
A dragon never yields.
Sorry to remember that saying, Di. The pose. Make the pose, too. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go until his dying breath. It glares, it roars, and latches its jaws firmly onto his prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. The dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart. As it seems, both sides have no further objection. Would Dirk Mahdi please take the stand? This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the stated transfer agreement. Should the Kingdom of Karian claim ownership, the matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. I just hope, or shall I say pray, that I am not the judge presiding over that one. With your luck, you might be. Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things that stir in the air. Revolution. Dirk's really serious about this. This court is adjourned. There are so many unanswered questions. May 17th. District Court. Defendant lobby. Number 3. While we finish this trial, you are still probably confused. There are so many things that we still have not had an answer to. Nice work, son. Finally broken through the last obstacle on the road to revolution. Revolution. Just doesn't feel. Yes, well, to think you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy. Oh, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I had won, if he'd been able to fight me head on. I see it more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Yeah, remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore. And it was all thanks to you. I don't know about that. So I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated. Mr. Dirk? Now that the Holy Mother's face had been revealed, are you going to have a spirit medium try channeling her? I, for one, would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Yeah, just think about it. Being able to speak to someone right out of the history book. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. What? Why? Space isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're attempting to channel. Yes, Holy Mother is not her real name. Oh, right. Pro mentioned something like that. The founder's true name is only known to the priestess who's been crowned queen. Sure, the only living person who knows it is the current queen of Karayan, Garin. Oh, so without her help, you won't be seeing the founder anytime soon. That's no fun. Founder's order updated to the court record. So Dirk, what would you do now? First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands. Since we now know it was Paul Addison that asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it? No, a politician. Nobody like him couldn't have got anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. He must have had inside help. My theory is on someone connected to the royal family. Oh, right. He said something to the effect back in the cave. Understanding, I think, might be the one that was involved with stealing it. Whoever it may be, we need to expose their dirty schemes to the light of the day. I'm sure Mr. Wright. Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information, courteous of his dirty client. He might be able to shed some light on this. Private Justice! That was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your Sergeant proud. Back at you, Sergeant. It took real courage to leave your room like that. Not thanks to you and good Carson sight. With my siege defense over, I can finally sally forth. But the battle has only just begun. One for me and me alone to fight. Who's your mother? Your father. What a terrible thing to for. Yeah. And being wheelchair bound doesn't help. Private Justice? I've been thinking. About time I stood on my own. After all, I no longer have Papa to coddle me. Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow. Good luck, soldier. This is one small step for man, one giant leap for me. Pull my drum for me, would you, Private Justice? Yes, sir. What is she up to? Oh. He's, he's standing. What's this? Sorry, you mean your legs are... The doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admit I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. But they faked it. Since I kept pretending I couldn't walk. Papa's watching over me. I hate. So from this day forth, I'm going to march forward on my own. You're a brave kid. Trying to move forward like this. But it must be so hard this soon after her father's death. Don't ever stop. You just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave. There will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength to push through them. Hey, Daddy's back! Mr. Wright, what's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo. Is everything alright with Miss Faith? No. Well then, we'd better go save her quick. Where is she anyway? I'm afraid I have... Huh? Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Korean. She's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. Mastermind? That's right. Paul Addison Whipperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is in the kingdom of Korea. What? I don't understand, Mr. Wright. What in the world is going on over there? But as shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning. The beginning of something big. Big enough to shake Korean to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us. Okay. Another chapter down. What do you think, Di? Confusing at times. We're still in the confusing part. There are still questions that still has not been answered yet. Who has abducted Maya? That's one thing that we need to know. So had a feeling she was still there. Maya's still in crying. But we also have some other mysteries that we're going to end up finding out here soon. How surprised were you to see Armory? Were you thinking that Dr. Bus' child was his son? You were surprised that she was a girl. And at 12 years of age. So the game made it very obvious that Armory does suffer from PTSD because he immediately had a flashback in that courtroom. Yes, you couldn't see her first. Yes, you're right. So, we're not at the heaviest part of the trial. Remember, or the heavy part of this case. You remember when I asked you at the beginning of this, if you're going to be able to handle this entire case? Well, we're still a ways away from the heavy part of it. So we're getting there. That part is coming. You just witnessed a 12-year-old girl having a panic attack in the courtroom, more like a flashback. But it was through her drone. It gets a little bit darker when we get further into it. So let's hope you can handle the rest of it. All right, let's go and. All right. If I'm not mistaken, we have about between 3 or 4 more chapters left in this episode. I already know we have one more episode. It's called the DLP case. You're not supposed to go over there. Jeez. All right. So let's talk about upcoming stuff that's going to be happening. I believe Andy's doing the Luigi's Mansion 3 tomorrow, because that's what I have scheduled. Because he completed Luigi's Mansion 2 last week. So I hope I don't have to change that. So I did put Luigi's Mansion 3 for tomorrow. We're going to still be doing Dot Hack on Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to finish up Sonic Adventure 2. We are going to do the last story. The following week, we are going to be doing Beyond Oasis. Do you know about Beyond Oasis? Yeah, it was another long one. So we're not going to be doing a Discord stream today. You've heard of Beyond Oasis? You've seen videos of it? it's a weird RPG. So it's a top-down Zelda-like game. You do have a RPG element into it, but it's set up weirdly. To level up, you collect a heart, okay? So, and they drop at random times. You do a level up every time you collect a heart. And depending on how many hearts you collect will affect your final score at the end of the game. It's more of, the game is more on the easy side compared to many other games that you might have played, but fine. I enjoyed it. Actually, a very, very fast movie. Because it was on the Sega Genesis, there is a lot of button combinations that may be harder to adjust to. And for controllers that were not adapted for it, it's going to be a little bit harder. So I will have to learn how to do it, because this control pad right here is going to give me the problem doing a lot of combos. Okay. So that's going to be my big downfall with the game. You can play without the combos, but sometimes doing the combos actually kills the enemies faster. And of course, because you look at any images of Beyond Oasis, you go and will control spirit, what they call it. They help kill enemies for you too. So, very interesting. I enjoy it. And I'm pretty sure it's a game that you would play. Because it's not a game that you actually have to sit and grind. You can do a bit of farming if you want to collect items for heals. That you can do. But other than that, the game isn't really grinding. It is very, very quick game. There are several weapons you can pick up that make your attack stronger. So, there's that. So, my cat. So, it's a very enjoyable game. But, see that next week. Friday, Sim. I know Tara canceled last week because she was not feeling well last Friday. Anyway, that's going to be it for me for tonight, guys. I'll have a wonderful night.